from the start. Carla, alongside her father, etched their names in history as the first artist to cut shots by
King to Bobby Blue. But my dad, it was about performance. It was about, But see, they were all teachers or played in the orchestras. And so Daddy knew them all because he became the MC for a lot of shows. And when he became a disc jockey with at WDIA, of course he learned more and more and more. But in the beginning, WDIA was news radio,
Oh.
was talk radio, which is getting to be popular again. But they were just kind of learning as they went along. They were finding people. One of the first musical entities they found, but at the same time, Palace Theater was still going on. The Palace Theater was the home of what we would see on TV now was comparable to what the Apollo and Steve Harvey
Mm-hmm.
are now. Well, that was my dad in the Palace Theater.
Gotcha.
So, B.B. King, Bobby Blue, people like that, Lil Milton, a lot of them got their start right there on Bill. And a lot of people don't know this, but B.B. he would win every time. So the manager had to come and tell B.B. he couldn't perform anymore because nobody wanted to compete because he won, and he would take a little money, go back to Indianola. But during this time, he and my father got to be real close, and we only lived like about 10 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
We lived right in the foot home, so we could just run across the street and go to the movie at the New Daisy or go to the Palace. And I had been going since I was little. We weren't supposed to be in there because the amateur shows were like 7 o'clock at night. But my father would let us come in and tell us, be quiet, you're not supposed to be here. So my brother Marvell and I would sit and we would watch. And so I think at that time I grew a love for, I guess it was between my mother and my dad. I would go home and try to imitate what I had seen and stand in the mirror. And there was one guy that a lot of people don't know his name. His name was Ivory Joe Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And he sang ballads. And for some reason, I grew up kind of listening to country music because we didn't have WDIA at the time. And my mother favored country music. And my brother and I would get together and we learned how to yodel and sing like Eddie Arnold and people like that. So I grew a love for Brenda Lee, and she was kind of like, at that early time in my life, I would try to sing all her songs. So I was so happy to see this year how they are really giving her some honor.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, wow, this is, so it's time for people who set the stage for a lot of the younger people that are coming now.
Yeah, the foundation.
They're the foundation, but the Palace Theater was sort of the foundation on Beale Street. Nat D. Williams was the first disc jockey because he was a historical teacher at Booker Washington, which is kind of weird, which means Daddy graduated from Booker Washington. So when B.B. King, it's really interesting. This is what my father told me. He said the night the manager came and talked with B.B. about he had to come as a special guest, and he didn't really mind paying him a little bit of something. Just you can't compete. He liked competing, you know. He liked coming up there and being part of the contestants. So you can't do that anymore because now the guys are saying, well, BB's going to win. So he said, just come as a special guest. And it's very similar to Steve Harvey and the way they have their things set up. So he said the same night that the manager came and told BB this, there was a guy there, entrepreneur, who came and talked with BB and said, BB, there's a new radio station, and it has a black format and everything, and if you sing about my product, I'll pay for studio time. That's WDIA. So actually, BB, a lot of people don't know BB was one of the first singers, and he brought the real music and the blues to WDIA.
Oh, nice.
because it was mainly kind of a talk show telling the news about what was happening in the black population, who was getting married, what was happening, what happened on Bill, what happened around the city, and that kind of thing. But when BB came, this gentleman, and I don't know his name. You know, I'm sorry I don't, because he's actually very important, because through him getting BB studio time, he brought the blues. Because BB brought the blues.
Yeah.
So BB had to come up with a jingle. We got jingles now. Everybody sings about products now. I mean, it's just everybody sings about their product. You know, you deserve a break today. Those kind of.
Right,
I mean,
right.
everybody knows those kind of things now. But in the black community, to hear someone singing about a product, that was new. You know, something aimed at the black market. So he sang this song about Pepticon. I'm sure these kids don't know anything about. It's a tonic. It's like, it reminded me of these old Western movies, you know, when people drive around in a wagon and they sell the tonics. But it was a tonic. I was little, but I sang it just like these kids sing the jingles now. They sing just like it's a record.
Yeah.
So it was called Pepticon. And it's kind of like, maybe you remember Geritol. Who out there? Nobody remembers that. I do, because later in life I needed that Geritol. But anyway, so Geritol was very similar to Geritol. So he would get on the, it must have been about, they didn't give him but about 20 minutes. It's all like maybe the guy could afford at that time. I don't know how much studio time was, but I know it's expensive now. But he sang, and the kids were all over the foot home singing, Pepticon show is good. You can get it anywhere in your neighborhood. They would do their little fingers trying to play like BB. And everybody knew it. That was the record. And WDIA was like set then, because now we got our ear. So people started calling the station for BB. Can he come here and perform? Can he come down to Fayette County? Can he go here? You know, we know all about this kind of thing, how people got gigs now, the little juke joints, the little whatever you got. They wanted him to come and play for weddings and different things like that. So when he left, Nat D hired Dad. He said, you're the only one now can probably take that spot. And of course, the rest is history. Daddy was there for over 60 years.
So was your first public performance at WDIA?
Well, are you talking about
For you?
on stage?
Yeah,
or-
like where was your first performance, like official performance, and how old were you? Because if you were
that's
singing at
kinda
WDIA when you were 10, even though you were supposed to be 14,
Yeah,
Where-
that was. They thought I would quit, but I
they
didn't.
can't do anything about it now.
No, they can't.
I say always do it, right? They can always get you like after you do something, but if you stop and hesitate and ask questions and someone tells you no, just do it anyway. Let them stop you.
Well, when I was 10, by the time I was 10, I just had this fundamental love for music. Just the lady who lived next door to me, we, you know, in the foot homes, it's like units. So she was, the teachers were moving into it. It wasn't termed the projects then. Everybody had a name. The Lemoyne Gardens, the Foot Homes, the Claiborne Homes, the Dixie Homes. We were homes. You know, we were the projects. It hadn't gotten that bad yet. So we had teachers. Some of the first black policemen came out of the foot homes, first mailmen, first city workers, those kind of things. And we had a lot of artists come out, the ovations. We used to call him Big Bruh. He would just come through the place just singing like Sam Cooke. And I mean, people were just, it was just a wonderful place to be at that time. So I thought we were really rich, because we had an upstairs and a downstairs.
Nice.
Was like we had a townhouse, you know. So, but by the time I was 10, my ear was just always glued to the radio. And the lady who lived next door to me was a teacher. In fact, I met her son recently, and he just hugged me. He said, my mother talked about you all. You were one of her first little ballet students. I heard classical music through the wall. She played it all day because she was a teacher. But she also taught ballet on Saturdays.
Nice.
My mother only had to give her $2. She'd go buy the little shoes for everybody, and all the little girls would be running around in their little tutus. But we had what you would call now a philanthropist. There were opera teachers. In fact, one of my friends took opera lessons from a lady named Nada McCleave, who lived right where Vasco Smith's office later became. She had a kind of like a mansion. It was interesting how the elite African American neighborhoods were. We had this. We lived in the Foot Homes, which is like here, going towards downtown. Going towards this way were African American mansions. And this lady was one of the first black opera singers, Florence McLeod. One day her mother, this is probably what catapulted me into music. Little did I know that was going to happen, though. It was nothing that I had the ambition for. It was just, I just loved being around it. So her mother called me and said, someone heard my daughter sing. She's 8 years old. And I heard this lady is teaching for free vocals to kids who had nice singing voices. That was the area I lived in.
Wow.
Nobody could say, ooh, the Foot Homes, no. No, it was totally different. Churches had pastors that were respected and looked up to, and they were classical minded, you know. You had to go to college. And then near the Lemoyne Gardens, you had Lemoyne College. So there we go. My aunt lived in Lemoyne Gardens. Of course, Maurice White and all of them came, William Bell, all of them came from there. We were the Foot Homes. But we all kind of knew each other.
Yeah.
So after, when I went with this young woman, well, she was a little girl then, her mother said she can't go by herself, but she can't cross the street. And I was only a year older, but Daddy had taken us so much to Bill, she felt like I was okay to accompany her, because I was crossing the street, I was a little more mature. So I went with her, and I would just sit and wait, and I would listen to her doing her scales. And one day, Madam came, and she said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm with my friend." She said, we don't just sit around here. We sing. Can you sing? I said, "No, ma'am." Well, I mean, you know, I was scared to death. I hadn't joined the Teen Towners yet, so I didn't really know. I was in my little children's choir at church, but that's a choir. That's not, like you were saying, that's not out on the stage yet. So one day she said, I know a secret. I'm going to teach you the piano. So she had a piano teacher would take her piano students so she could stick with the vocals. And so I began to just love him. I don't know if anybody remembers Omar Robinson, but he was a great, great teacher. He told me I love Beethoven. He asked me one day, "Are you in love with Beethoven?" That's the only thing you can remember is when I ask you to play something by Mozart, you don't remember. You just like, And so I started figuring it out that you were in love with Beethoven. So I'm not going to give you anything but Beethoven. And that's all he did. He would give me Beethoven to play.
Right.
Feliz and Joy, to, the Joy song. And you know what they've done with that one. What have you done for me lately?
Right.
We can do as much as we want to with Beethoven stuff, which we found out later why, right? He's a Moor. So I used to say, that's what it was, So later on, I would walk her back, and so Madam was the one. She said, "You always come here. This is so amazing. I'm starting a choir, and put me in it." so I started singing with my friend, but I still hadn't this ambition. But I still had this love, and Bill Street is like right across there. So every Saturday, Dad would get these kids, and Dad, they trusted him, and we'd go to the New Daisy and watch what they call them serials,
Okay.
and Tarzan was one of our favorites.
Oh.
Now, I know nobody out there remembers Tarzan. Yeah, dude. Well, you remember him probably from the TV, but not from the New Days. But, I mean, every Saturday, Tarzan, the ape man. The next Saturday, Tarzan and Boy, or Jane, or Cheetah. It was, so.
Was it a movie house then at the time?
It was a movie house.
Okay.
The Palace was the theater, like the Apollo.
Yeah.
The New Daisy was the movie. People don't know that it was the movie house. It was not what they're trying to make it now, but it was our movie. And we went there, and every Saturday, stay tuned next Saturday, come back for Tarzan and Boy. So here we come next Saturday. See, it was a community effort. The children were involved. The parents were involved. We all knew each other. On Saturday night, we get the barbecue grill, and people would bring food and come to the backyard and play cards. And so, and this is what we're kind of missing now, the community area. And, you know, as far as African-American life, we really need to get back to that. It's kind of scary, but we got to try to make an effort to bring back our community spirit. And it's probably going to take one or two to just step out there and say, hey, community, that's what it's all about, and neighbors and friends. But getting back to you, I know this is a long way around, but by the time I was 10 years old, my friend and I also went to the same church, which made us close. And she had the most beautiful voice. Even when I came back from LA, to hear her sing was just like, and it's beautiful. She's going on to be with the Lord now, but I miss her so much because it just would bring back those days when there was that neighborly, that community thing, when people trusted each other, and even let people take their children different places. So, but what happened is, of course, then the Teen Town Singers. WDA was, of course, getting very well known. Other black radio stations were emerging. One big one was in Chicago. I can't think of the name of it, but one of the disc jockeys I remember was Purvis Spann. And this is before the Staple Singers moved there, because Theo Bless My Bones Wade, later on in life, was a member of the Spirit of Memphis gospel choir. And he would bring, quartet singing was a big deal. Because my mother was a member of New Salem on 4th Street, which was C.L. Franklin, which was Aretha's daddy.
Oh,
so she
okay,
remembers
gotcha.
Aretha as a little girl, and when they left, they were all so sad. But he was called to Detroit, and when Aretha was little, but her church had the quartet, that heavy quartet singing. And I grew up hearing all of this. Our church, by the way, was more what they call dignified type singing. Classical music, Lift Up Your Head, O Ye Gates, and the Messiah, and these kind of things. So, but I had to both, you know, I had the blues, I had the gospel. But Theo Bless My Bones Wade came maybe after Dad, because now they were establishing a gospel part of the station. And then, of course, blues got heavier. And people like John Lee Hooker and Jimmy Reed. I mean, I got a chance to meet all these people by being with the Teen Towners, because that was my first stage performance, actually. Was not uh, it was with WDI, but it was people don't realize the Teen Town Singers traveled.
That's what I was gonna ask. So
They would
you
go
were.
to colleges. They would go
Oh,
to.
okay. So you were like a traveling troupe.
We were a traveling troupe. We went down to Itabena,
Oh,
to Mississippi Valley.
okay.
Now, this is all I can remember. That may not have been the first time. Well, it wasn't the first time on the radio, but it was the first time actually stepping out doing a solo. And I was scared to death. And because all these kids are so much older, but I sang, and so Mr. Williams would little by little give me songs to sing. And a lot of these kids were from Booker Washington, Manassas, Melrose, Douglas. It came from all sectors. And he told my dad, yeah, she's not going to be here long, we know. But from that day that I joined, they just, like this, they just, well, sit by me, sit by me, sit by me, And they helped me, and most of the songs, a lot of the pop songs I learned were because of the Teen Town Singers. A.C. Williams, who was the director, had been a teacher at Manassas.
Mm-hmm.
And he left there to become the director of the Teen Town Singers. So he taught us jazz, big band numbers. So when WDIA got established and started bringing people in to sing and having shows at the Ellis Auditorium, they had a gospel part first, then they had an intermission, and then they would bring the blues people.
Nice.
So it was really wonderful, and I got to know all the disc jockeys. Martha Jean Steinberg, the queen. We called her the queen. Yeah, and and then she went to Detroit, and she started her own radio station. She was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful woman. In fact, she is the one that pushed me out one day. They had my dad said, I'm tired of you asking me to join. You can't join. I've told you, Mr. Williams said, you have to be able to sustain yourself. You have to be able to catch the bus, come back home. You have to be in high school.
Oh, but you were doing that at 10?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
Closer to 11, I would say. And they would walk me to the bus stop. I didn't ever have that problem because all these kids were much older.
Right.
So they just kind of took me under their wings. But when I got that camaraderie and that singing and learning the harmonics and the different thing like that, and then I was with WDIA and I knew all the disc jockeys, when they started bringing acts in on the intermission part, we would all be sprinkled around, and they would have the boom mics.
Mm-hmm.
We did backgrounds for every act if
That
it had
came in.
background singing in the record. We would learn it. Bowlegs Miller was the orchestra. People don't realize how important Bowlegs Miller. He told me, well, now my first real big stage performance was coming back from TSU when G Whiz got big.
Okay.
And I sang at the Goodwill Review that WDIA had put on all those years that I was singing background. That they booked me to come back and sing at the Goodwill Review. So I'm like about 18, and I came back and I sang Bowlegs. I never will forget Bowlegs. If people don't understand that Memphis musicians are, there's nobody like them in the world. Hey, anybody who knows any Memphis musician, there's nobody like them in the world.
True. Facts.
When
That's
they got it,
facts.
they got it. When they get it, they got it. They say, I got it, then they're probably telling the truth.
Yeah.
So Bowleg said, I was just concerned. I said, well, I haven't gotten any charts or anything yet. He said, honey, just do how you want to count it off. Bowlegs had this stuttering, and he was just funny. He was just a real comical. And so he said, count it off for me. I said, G Whiz doesn't have a count off. G Whiz just starts, G, like that. He said, well, okay, you start it off. And then he already had the charts written out.
Oh, wow.
And back in those days, to me, he was like Guy Lombardo, you know, because they had all these things set up with the lights and the charts. Memphis was really on the ball, you all. I grew up really more theatrical than clubs. I didn't sing in the clubs. I sang in theaters. So it took me a while to get used to singing in clubs because people were so close. I was so used to singing in the theater, I could do whatever I wanted to do, make any gestures. I didn't care who was looking. But when it was like, you know, people right up on you. Yes, I finally got accustomed to that. But most of the acts, if you will notice, like they started at the Apollo. You watch how the Temptations were dressed. You watch how the Supreme, they started in the theater. You don't dress like that for clubs.
That's true.
You know, with the gloves no, it was very sophisticated in the 60s. And Dionne Warwick and people like that. And so that's how I kind of wanted to be. And so, when I was at TSU, it was weird. I had no idea what a top 10 record was. I didn't know about Billboard and all these magazines.
We're on your way to having one.
I sure was.
You learned all that after you got it.
Well, it was weird because, you know, back in those days, it was segregated. And even though we knew, we had a lot of friends who were white, but like George Klein and Wink Martindale, they had a lot of the shows, and they would love to have played black music, but it wasn't programmed.
Did that affect touring for you?
No, that actually pushed my touring to the hilt.
Wow.
Yeah, because if I had stayed here, if I had been able to just stay here, I probably would have stayed here.
Right.
But because of Satellite's involvement, when I give credit also to Ray Charles for my hit record. Because, you know, back in the old days, there were not many black radio stations. But every other company, or black companies for that matter, or R&B companies, let me put it that way, Atlantic Records was the biggest at that time. They had, you know, they hadn't gotten Aretha yet, or Donnie, or Roberta, or any of these people. That was much later. But in the early 60s, they had Ray Charles. They had some big acts. So the promoter for Ray Charles, I was still in high school, would come and talk with Dad. They always came and talked with Dad because they think he gonna take them down on Beale Street, you know, and party with them or something. So they would always bring Ray's new record. That's what promotion people do. They talk about this is the record that Atlantic is pushing right now. And there were 45s then. We weren't doing, as far as African Americans, we're doing a lot of albums. Ray was one of the first that really started pushing albums. And because his album started selling millions. And so, what was his name? Tom Dowd. I remember him. He came to the house, and he just got to be a friend with Dad. And he says, well, look, Satellite is operating now, and I'm going to take this little record. He called it a little record back to New York. That was "'Cause I Love You" that you played earlier. And so, but it was fun to me. I had no idea. I'm getting ready to go to college. And I had cut with Dad. We had done a few little places along the way. I had traveled with his little band, the Bearcats. That's what they were called. And he said, how you like that? And I said, I don't know. You know, it wasn't like he said, are you ready to be in show business? Or that's weird. We never
talked about that.
And I'm telling you how weird it got, much more weird. When I got ready to leave that September, I was down to Satellite at that time, which later became Stax. Jim said, well, you know, I hope you have a nice day. And we're not thinking about no hit records. We're just having fun at me. Daddy probably was thinking about hit records. But, so he said, well, would you like to cut one by yourself? Now nobody believes that this is like miracle stuff. You know, contracts and
Right.
and all of that. And I said, I don't know. I used to write a lot. Haven't been writing. I said, so I don't know if I have anything, because half the stuff I wrote was in my notebook, right?
Sure.
What I didn't know was back in those days they had the floor model tape recorders with the going round.
Mm-hmm.
I had written a song that my dad had taped. We did it like for fun, and it was Gee Whiz. So I was in the 10th grade, and I said, he said, I'm gonna put that down. He had sent it to Curtom and VJ Records, which was Curtis Mayfield. But I didn't know it. He didn't tell me. So that's why I say it got really weird. So Dad said, let me check on something. Maybe you got a song you could cut. This is like, when I tell people this story, they said, this is weird. But Curtis still had it, just like Dad sent it. He had told Dad I was too young, I probably wouldn't stick with him. But called him back later. But you see, this was happening now. And by the time he got ready to call Curtis back, satellite was happening. So I cut Gee Whiz, but by this time, "Cause I Love You" was being put on ATCO. Because when Tom Dowd went back and showed it to the president of Atlantic Records, he said, I like that. That's the daddy and the daughter. And he called Jim. He said, how do you feel about your record being on ATCO? So can you imagine? That's the biggest R&B promoter in the world. So that's the relationship between Satellite and Atlantic is what really catapulted me into probably global distribution. So now the other record labels or record, let me put it this way, other black radio stations, when I say black, I mean that had R&B programming,
Right.
began to play it. And of course, Dad had been a disc jockey, knew them. He knew most of the disc jockeys.
And you were like in 10th or 11th grade when this all happened?
While I was graduating.
Graduate, okay, still in high
So
school.
now Gee Whiz, "Cause I Love You" is already on Atlantic. It's the subsidiary. ATCO is the subsidiary of Atlantic. So here comes Tom again. That's why I say I don't know if he came out the sky or who this guy was. So I'm leaving, getting ready to go, and I cut Gee Whiz off that little tape that they had. So we went over and I have to give credit right now to Boo Mitchell, and I just love him so. He's just kept that spirit going in Memphis, because they tell me, because I forgot, and I was so nervous that day, I can't remember much. I got up this morning and I was talking like my mother said, uh-oh. I'm like, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. She said, she gave me some a peppermint cane or something. She said, when you get through with this, you'll be able to sing. Just like that, and I went. I was kind of mad. I thought she was going to call it off, right? Because I had never really heard myself. I'd always sung with Dad or something, right?
Right.
Now, here I am. I got to sing by myself. Even though I wrote this little song, it was like I was at the piano at my house. That's not the same thing. So Daddy was going to do one. I was going to do one. Now, you get the point right now. There were only 2 black artists, CARLA Thomas and Rufus. Okay. The first record, "Cause I Love You," before it got on ATCO, Jim said, I don't know anybody who could play behind you. He went and got Floyd Newman, which was, that 50 sound. He still had that baritone sax. Howard Grimes. I don't know where they found Howard at 14 years old playing like that. But he found Al Jackson later. I don't know if they were on the very first one. My brother played piano. Dad even brought the musicians there. But what I was saying is, on Gee Whiz, though, they just had 4 tracks. That's all they had was like, and it was always doing something. They didn't know what to do with so everybody had to stand over here. I had to have a mic. Think the piano. I don't know about the piano, but Herky McGee played upright bass. We only had like 4 people on that record. It just kind of emerged like that. It just kind of emerged like up, up. It kept. Oh, it's kind of empty. So while they were fixing, they tell me we had to go over to high studio. Thank God it was there, is what I'm saying. And I don't know if Willie was teaching them things about, but I'm just saying, it's just a wonderful experience now to see Boo and how he's handling that studio there, because that's been many a year ago. So so we went back and forth, and as my voice was clearing up, I said, my mother must be somewhere praying. That's all I can, because I really just developed it, but it was in my head. No, it wasn't in my head. It was really happening. But I overcame it, and by the time they fixed the problem with the board, I was able to cut the original. Nice. And then as they listened, it's kind of empty. So they went and got Noel Gilbert, who was the director of the Memphis Symphony.
Oh, wow.
I tell people even now, I had the Memphis Symphony behind me, but really it was Noel Gilbert and his 2 kids.
Not too shabby.
And they played. So then we had just met the Del Rios 2 weeks before I gone on a showcase. There was a place they called the Plantation Inn. Mm-hmm. Was crossover in West Memphis. And they would give artists a chance to do showcases and invite people and try to sell their records and try to get it on the radio. That's how we had to do back in the day. Or put posters up on a telegram pole or something like that.
Only it was so easy today.
It's so easy today to do faxes and all kinds of wonderful things we can do now. But they made us start taking stuff off the poster. The poster was full of, the telegram pole was full of posters. So-and-so gonna be down at the Paradise, you know. But anyway, it got to be, so after we started doing things like that, and I know I'm going on and on and on, but that was how WDIA, Stax, eventually emerged into Stax, but Stax didn't really become a label until around the late 65. So it had been going on for 5 years. I had been there already, and which was very good, because the relationship with Atlantic gave me global distribution. Mm-hmm. So it was gee whiz. When Tom Dowd came back, he said, "What's happening now with the company?" He says, "Well, getting back to background, Del Rios we had met two weeks before that, and that was William Bell's group."
Oh, wow.
Is that deep? Now I'm going with Dad. I'm sitting there watching his group, the Del Rios. He just had a new record. Daddy started playing it on WDIA. So I said, "Well, you know, these kids nowadays, they got background singers." And that's all I know the group. I know I just saw a group. And he called me, and they had to stand behind me because we only had like 4 tracks. And they sang background on Gee Whiz.
Wow.
So Tom was there. I'm at Tennessee State now. I'm gone. I don't know what's happening. Tom Dowd takes it back and does the same thing. He says, that the girl, that's what Jerry Wexler, who's the owner, the president of Atlantic. That's that little girl sing with her dad, yeah. He said, "Well, call Jim Stewart, tell her we're going to put that one on the major label," which was Atlantic. So that's how it got to be in the top 10, because nice. Now then I got with Universal, the biggest agency. All this is happening and I'm in school.
And you're in school, right.
But they arranged it. I thought he was going to say, "Well, we can't work with her because she's in college." And so what they did was, on weekends, they would send me close places, South Carolina, Knoxville.
Like summer
Yeah, one time I never will forget when Aretha first went with Atlantic. We did shows together in Nashville, and I was in college. Yeah, it was just wonderful. And she had left Columbia, and of course, to me, she's always be the queen. That's the queen. But we used to sit and talk about her father and my mother and the church and because that was her church, and my mother was a member. Actually, when she died, she was the oldest member of New Salem 4th Street. So that's kind of the history behind the progress, the before days of the label Stax. And then when Stax got enough money, actually, to be honest with you, getting back to George Klein and Wink Martindale and the dance party, and we all had met Elvis many years before when I was doing background with the singers. He used to come backstage with George Klein all the time. And so, Daddy was with Sun Records long before he became with Stax. So a lot of people don't even realize that. Sam Phillips had a whole roster of blues artists. Yeah. And as their contracts went out, and they had Elvis, of course he didn't renew them because he had Elvis, But Daddy said they had a friendly rivalry. He used to get on the radio and say, yeah, old Sam Phillips got rid of us when they got Elvis. But they were friends, actually. They stayed friends to the end. But anyway, so all these friendships were developing, and I was learning how to perform, and I was watching all these shows, watching how women dressed, and I was in love with Etta James and how she sang, and people like that. And so I had no role models.
I was gonna ask you if, because you're like, oh, on the weekends I was doing shows with Aretha Franklin. I mean, I can only imagine coming back to school in the fall and they're like, what'd you do this summer? I'm like, well, I was just playing shows like with Aretha and but did you have singers, who were some of your inspirations? Because I mean, even if you could hear things on the radio or you could, sneak into the Palace Theater and see singers there, were there any ones that really grabbed your ear and you were like, okay?
Well, a lot of people probably have never heard of Faye Adams.
Mm-mm.
But she was more of I never think I could sing like that. I sang things like Patsy Cline and Brenda Lee, and they were ballads.
Which I wouldn't have even thought
in fact, Jim finally let me sing a song by Hank Williams on a couple of my albums. Patsy Cline, Off All the Pieces, and one of Hank Williams' songs. Because people, now you may think this is weird, but people, when I first started singing, they would call Jim and said, is Carla Thomas a little white girl? I'm serious. And he was saying, oh boy, if he was. Well, I mean, it's understandable in 1960. But he knew I loved country, and he loved country. But thanks to him and Dad, I was able to get that one little record. I had background singers. I had the Noel Gilbert, the president of the Memphis Symphony, the director of the Memphis Symphony with his kids playing on it, had William Bell, who later, that's history. He stayed, his group broke up, but he stayed with the company and had numerous hit records. So, You Don't Miss Your Water, my brother's playing on that. Every Day Will Be Like a Holiday. I mean, he's written so many beautiful songs. But by me being in college, I probably missed a lot of writing with him. I've done shows with him often. Mm-hmm. But I think I would have loved writing with William. And so as I moved on, my first TV show, thanks to, I'm still in college. So you remember back in the early days, we had what they call spring break.
They still have spring break.
They have spring break. Okay. They still call it spring break?
Yeah, it's pretty wild now. Yeah. You can probably see some clips online of some people's spring break.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about the Florida thing. Yeah. Okay, so but to for people like us, we would go home and have a feast with our parents. That was about the best we did. But
It's changed a bit.
it changed somewhat. But in the East Coast, they had big shows. I mean, big, big, big. 10 days of it, the whole spring break.
Oh wow.
I met goo gobs of people that
Oh, I
later
bet.
became so many of my friends.
Was this after you went to Howard?
This
When
was,
you were on the
no,
East Coast, or
this
this
was
when you were still in Tennessee?
This was because of Atlantic.
Oh, because of Atlanta. Okay.
Okay,
Oh, you're
Atlantic's
talking about the shows they
relationship
would put spring break shows on.
with satellite.
Got it.
They weren't stacks yet.
Right.
So this is my freshman year. That first spring break, because I'm now with Universal Attractions, the biggest agency for R&B. How that happened, I acclaim that all to the good Lord. That's just it. So that's the only way I can deal with any of this. So they said, Carla, how would you like to go to Philadelphia and sing on Bandstand? I said, excuse me?
Did you watch Bandstand already? I mean,
All,
that
all
was
the time. All
okay.
the
So
time.
because this, I know that was like a thing. Like everybody watched that.
And this is something, you know, I kind of keep this to myself, but I think people should know this and how important satellite really was to the community. And it's very, very difficult for me to speak on this because when Dick Clark became a household word, maybe 1958, sort of, when it got big, the first person I fell in love with was Jackie Wilson. Jackie Wilson was doing that little boxing thing, you know, and a lot of people started doing it after him, but he was the first. So my mother was in the back doing something. She said, "Who is that?" Very rare. That's very rare, I'm telling you. Now, she liked Wilson Pickett because he sounded like a gospel singer.
Right.
But this is later on. She said, "Who is that?" Now, Dick Clark, this is around 58. Around the same time now I'm writing Gee Whiz. So
Yeah.
it's around this same karma, I call it, that's happening. I said, "Why don't you come watch? It's a new show. It's called American Bandstand. And these kids are dancing and, ooh, they got artists coming on." And we were excited because it's a black artist,
Yeah.
right? We know that right here on Dance Party, I couldn't have sung on that. Even though we love Wing Martindale and we knew George, we just couldn't perform on that show at that time, 1960. So, 60, 61. So she came and she was watching him. She said, "Oh, his voice is nice." I said, "He kind of cute. Yeah. So she went on back. I said, "He'll be back on in a minute." Like that. And, you know, they had the commercials. And I'm looking at Dick Clark. And we think about Dick Clark now. Dick Clark did a whole lot for black artists, young black artists. He loved Chubby Checker. And see, all those kids up in there, a lot of Italian kids, the Capris, and they sang There's a Moon Out Tonight, a lot of doo-wop groups. He's helped all of them get on his show. And I was trying to figure out how I was going to fit in that, you know. I had really no role models. Weren't any black girls down here singing. And I just had my dad. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had all these years of watching performances, standing in front of the mirror trying to be whatever. It just paid off. I watched TV shows, Ed Sullivan. I never will forget when little Michael Jackson, he's like 6 years old, said, "I know show business, Mr. Sullivan." I remember all of this and watching and how, you know, the mics and, you know. But anyway, so I said, "Okay." What else I'm going to say? I'm signed to Universal. You just say okay. But I'm on the week, that was a weekend. This is when I learned about unions. See, the business element
The
now
business
is
side,
coming.
right.
And I didn't particularly like any of that. I still don't particularly like any
A
of
lot
it.
of artists don't.
It's good to have a good person who looks out for you.
That's true.
You know, to just say, Because all we want to do is just sing. We don't, I don't want to hear it. Unless that's just in you to
Sure.
be. Some people really have the business. They love it. You know, there are a lot of artists that love the business part. But when I got ready to sing, this is when I learned about AFTRA, American Federation of Television and Recording Artists. And it was just so wonderful. They just walked up to me like it was nothing. It's going to be this amount, but just want to let you know, this is also the amount you're going to have to pay to join the union.
Oh, goodness.
So I said, who cares? I'm going to decline.
Right?
And he was so sweet and just so loving. And I said, you know,
Sign your life on the line.
because, well, the people ask me, and maybe this is an important question, that they ask me as far as being around white people. And I tell them, because all the kids up there just about were white in that studio. But they didn't care. They used to Jackie Wilson and all
Right.
these people. So, but anyway, I'm going to get back to Jackie, the prophetic thing that I have to tell you. And then I can move on with the Apollo and all of that. But my mother came back in after intermission, and she said, "Ooh, what is that song?" And I was, you know, he was singing a Reet Petite. I don't know if you remember any of these songs. You weren't born. But, and nothing wrong with that, because, hey, I'm here with you now, and I'm grateful
But my
for that.
dad listened to a lot. I was raised on it regardless. Like,
Yeah,
we
you
were
know
like, we're
Jack-
going to
you
listen
know
to your
the
old stuff
name.
in the car, but I love it. It
You
was
know the
awesome.
name Jackie Wilson,
Of
don't you?
course.
Okay.
Of course.
We had a little song called "When I'm Reet Petite, the finest girl you ever want me," and that little, so many people now do that in their songs. But anyway, he started a lot of that movement and that. So she said, "Ooh, I like him." I said, "I do too." I didn't know too many artists like that. We knew from listening to records that would be sent to us, audio, but we didn't see too many artists unless they wanted Ed Sullivan or Dick Clark. And Ed Sullivan had more of the classical Johnny Mathis.
Mm-hmm.
I met all these people on this 10-day show. When spring break came, I'd already done Dick Clark, so now I'm big.
Right.
Millions of people have seen me, but I didn't realize that's TV, that millions of people watch Dick Clark. But before I went, my mother told me, she said, "Oh, that is just so nice to see these teenagers dancing, and they look so
Having fun.
wholesome." And you know, they had the skirts that would be out like that with the crinoline underneath. She said, "Oh, they look so, that's just wonderful." She was going out the room, and she turned to me, "And you are going to be on it." I
So-
keep that sometimes to myself, but tonight, I just want to tell everybody that was a prophetic thing based to me on Jackie Wilson.
Right.
She wouldn't have been in there had she not liked Jackie. So, when I went after, well, 2 years had passed, gee whiz is out. When they asked me to do Dick Clark, I couldn't have done Dick Clark without a hit record.
Right. Right.
You see
isn't
how
that
it's
how they
coming?
got on there, right? That's
I
how-
had to have had a hit record, but she said, "You're going to be on." She didn't say you're going to have a hit record. She said the prophecy was you're going to be on his show.
Uh-huh.
So I had to have a hit record to do that. So now here comes the spring, and they have these big, huge shows. Who is one of the MCs at the Brooklyn Paramount Theater? Dick Clark. Okay, so they were big-time disc jockeys during that time. Clay Cole, Murray K. Kaufman. I can remember all these people's names because they had these big programs. And kids could come to a matinee, they could come to a 7 o'clock, or they could come to a 9. It was going like that for 10 days. I was there the whole 10 days.
Nice.
One of the first people that I met was Jackie Wilson. Jackie Wilson had been shot. I don't know if people remember that. He had a bullet lodged and they never took it out. All those years, he danced and sang and pulled the microphone.
With a bullet in it?
And never. And I always wanted to tell him, what I did tell him was this: we are supposed to be together. And I wanted to say, and maybe we both are alive because of my mother's promise. I'm supposed to meet you. I'm supposed to meet Dick Clark. But it's all I had to do to me, I was a kid, with him. So he had to be alive. I had to meet him. So, and then he put me on a tour with him. I sang a whole tour with Jackie.
But when you went back to school, I mean, what was it like? You were off, like when you come back to school, how were people reacting? Like, did they
Well,
know?
it was
They
funny.
all watched American Bandstand, I'm sure, and all that. And then you're getting ready to go on tour with Jackie Wilson. Like, what was that like? Were you,
Well,
you stayed and you went on and got further education. So what?
This is kind of weird. I was kind of scared not to.
I
I had gotten to really love, I've always loved learning. I went to a Lutheran school growing up. When people ask me, how were you able to matriculate with different cultures and different things like that? I said, well, my first principal was white. He was a Lutheran minister. So, it was not like, I'm around all these. No, I was always around. And then I was always in show business. I was always around people. So I was blessed. I just was blessed coming up to just have a love for people, just have a love for all cultures, all music, classical, country. I still love country. And recently, I did this Grammy nomination with Valerie June. Yeah. And my mother, every Friday night, we listened to Minnie Pearl, Grand Ole Opry. She always wanted to go to the Grand Ole Opry, and I had always wanted to take her. And when I stood there, and I thought about John R., his name is John Richburg, and he was one of the first disc jockeys in that area to venture out and play R&B. So it was like he would play James Brown. It wasn't programmed in his programming, is what I'm saying. So, but he was like, I can't think of, I don't know if he was Clarksville or, I don't know if the station was actually Nashville, but he said, I'm going to slip something in on you all right now. And he'd play, I feel good, And we would be listening. I'd be at Tennessee State and I'd be listening. We loved John Richburg. And when I went up with Valerie, I had to say this when they were asking us to, kind of talk or say a few words. And I was telling them about John Richburg and how the first time I had come to Ryman was when this lady who loved him, who thought the most of him, he was ill. He needed an operation or something. And she had this big letter sent to me and Dad, who will help John Richburg. I said, John R., are y'all kidding me? I was 17, 18 years old. I got to go. And here I am standing in the Grand Ole Opry, and I'm going, ooh, this is so fabulous. And all these people that she sent letters to just about showed up. James Brown came with his bus. And he was still alive then, and he was crying. It was just, and I told them this story, how John Richburg, because of his boldness about R&B, because he mostly played pop, Elvis, country, When he was slipping in, he played CARLA Thomas and Rufus Thomas. And so now here I am up there with Valerie, and I'm reliving that Ryman Auditorium experience. And just being with Valerie, which is another miracle, to just for someone so young and to come and say, Carla, come sing with me. And that's another reason I'm very happy that Rose Studios is still operating, because if she hadn't come in, she says, what's Carla doing,
Do you still write and stuff?
I really wish I got a little block right now. I get choruses and maybe one verse. I have a song I'm working on now, but I think I just need, when I first started writing, I remember the touch of piano, uh, like when Madame McLeod was making me take these lessons. She said, "You can't sit here. You got to do something." So I would when I touch the piano, things get better. And I think I haven't been writing because I have not been playing. So I think once I get back to really playing, a lot of people have um, melodies in their head,
Yes.
and then they have lyrics, and some people have lyrics, and then they have the melody, and some people have it all at once. G Whiz came all at once.
All at once. Wow.
It's like I was through with G Whiz maybe half an hour.
Wow. Sometimes they say the best songs are literally written in like 10
Yeah,
minutes.
just unbelievable. But I have not been writing, and I would love to write for others. That's why I was so excited when Joss Stone did I've Fallen in Love.
I'm sure there's a couple songwriters in here that would love to write with you. Stick around for the jam.
Okay, now.
Well,
I know I have talked you all under the tables.
There you
but,
go.
But
Actually,
I actually love to talk. That's the result of being
well, I
reading
have a
copy.
few more questions because I want to see, like, what is your most persistent distraction? Like, how do you keep it in check? That's something that I ask, like, all of the artists come through because I feel like all of us get distracted, especially now in days, like, our phone. Like, that's, I'm like, I'm going to do something, and then I look at my phone, and then 10 minutes later, I'm like, wait, what was I going to do again? Like, so that is a persistent distraction to me. What is something that is a persistent...
But that's good, because it means somebody's calling you.
Well, no, though. When I'm really, really concentrating, where I have to, like, not... I have ADD, so first of all, I got to turn the phone off. I put on, and I love the feature now that's like, oh, do not disturb. The thing is, I forget to take it off of do not disturb. So, but I'm always like... So what's a persistent distraction that you have, and how do you keep that in check when you want to get things done or write a song or do something that you need to focus on?
I'm kind of glad when I have something to focus on. When you get to be my age, give me something to focus on, y'all.
Okay.
No, really, 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 seriously. I don't know. I don't like mean people. I don't like mean remarks, and I don't like snide remarks, and I don't like...
Don't go online.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that's why I don't. But
You're smarter than all of us then, because I feel like...
Well, no, I'm getting better. Somebody's helping me, come out of the gloom and out of the doom and into the year 2000, even though it's almost 2024.
Better late than never.
24 years later.
It's all good.
Carla, I'm going to help you. And that's been going on now for a while. But it is, as you get older, you begin to get like, you know how you used to say with your parents, well, they get old and they set in their ways. Well, maybe you need to be glad they kind of sit. Some things need to be set. And then you can venture out from that. You can venture out from that. But I just don't.
Do you have any like rituals or routines that you do every day?
Would you say no? I don't. But I love people, and I love talking. I really need a broadcast show like Come Talk With You sometime, and we just talk about different things. Like I just did a show on WDIA last week. Celebrating my birthday like happy to say you all are doing.
That's right.
I'm
Just
so
1 week
grateful
ago.
for that. Wow. These are the kind of things, but it's a good distraction. I'm distracted by good, but I want to, it's not, I try not to let meanness stop me. And I love music. So as long as I'm around music, I can go out and I can enjoy life, and I can see people that I still love, or I can honor people that are here no more, and I can talk about them. And You know,
Yeah.
and I, of course, right now I'm loving on you.
Oh, well, I'm
So
loving on you
you're a
too.
good distraction. How about a great big hand
Aw.
for just being,
Well, for
you know,
women, CDJs coming together to bring you the legendary women of the music scene here.
they don't have to do this. Am I right?
No.
They don't have to do that. And it takes a thought. You know, when people say, well, why didn't you do it? You have to think of it first. And when Stephanie came, she says, I want to celebrate your birthday. And I'm going, wow, today is my birthday. And I just got real excited.
We're
And
gonna
people
have
don't
a good
understand,
time.
for an artist, you think we got it all together. Believe me, we don't. We really don't. It's people like you coming and people like Stephanie carrying this what keeps us together. Am I right? That keeps any of us together.
Love. Well, I would like to open the floor up. If anybody out there has any questions for Carla, let us know.
Somebody said
Someone, come on.
You see something,
right.
said something.
How about 1, 2, 3? Go ahead.
Otis. You want to know how we did Tramp? Oh, that is a story. You know, I was used to singing ballads, right? Gee Whiz and all these kind of songs. And I happened to be home. It was close to Christmas. And that's when he would come and record around Thanksgiving, somewhere like that, and try to do a lot of work. And I just happened to be home for Thanksgiving. And someone mentioned to me, there are a lot of duets going around. Now, me, I had been doing Mike Douglas and Johnny Carson, and, you know, I thought I was, you know, up there with Dionne Warwick. And well, let me put it this way. I was not thinking that that was better. I just thought it was a different type of music, that I would not be singing the blues or hard R&B. I just had not been doing it. So someone mentioned, you ought to, Otis is here. I said, oh my God. I was like terrified. How can I sing with Otis Redding? And he's up there singing, bah, 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 bah. I'm going, no way, no way. It wasn't, I would have loved to have done it, but I didn't feel I could do it. This is what the problem was. So he passed by me in the hallway. Yeah, I heard you. You know, he was really a wonderful person, though. He said, yeah, I heard you didn't want to sing with me. I said, who said that? He said, yeah, they told me you didn't want to sing with me. I said, I'd love to sing with you. I just don't think I can. He said, I tell you what, we're going to do a whole album. I said, oh, Lord, a whole album. So he was in love with the blues, more bluesy folk kind of. He liked people like Lowell Fulsom and Lil Milton, the more a different type of blues than Johnny Hooker and Jimmy Reed. He was more folk artist, I think. He just was country. That's why everybody loved him. You know, he was just kind of country. He came from down there in Macon. And he had that country air about him, but it was just so gentlemanly. He says, I'm going to cut something by Lowell Fulsom. And I said, I know Lowell Fulsom, but I didn't know Tramp. He loved Lowell Fulsom. That was one of his idols. So a lot of people, though, still to this day don't know that that song was based on Lowell Fulsom's song. And, but when he got hold to it, you know, Lowell Fulsom's song is 3 times slower. Dum, ba-dum, boom, 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 boom. But that's what Lowell Fulsom said. Tramp, like that. Lord have mercy, Otis got hold to that song. And we were going, da-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-ba. And I'm going, oh, Jesus, what do I do? He said, Tramp, come on, say something. I said, wait a minute. We're going to stop this right now. And he said, well, go over there and talk like you're talking to your boyfriend. So I went over there and I started writing stuff. You just a tramp. You ain't got no continental clothes. You wear them old Stetson hats. And, you know, you need to cut some of that hair off your head. He said, that'll work.
Nice.
It happened just like that. And we were able to do like 3 or 4 tunes in the studio. And he said, well, I got to go on a tour, and maybe you can put down the rest, because now Stax has more tracks, and we could lay down the tracks with him. So some of the next songs I was able to sing with him, but just using tracks. So that's how I did end up with Trap. And it was weird because that song became almost #1 on people's radio stations. And then we did a tour together. We went all over the country singing. And I was like, I don't believe it. And he had told me, bless his heart, he said, you know what? I come in town close to Thanksgiving every year, and we going to cut us a record every year. And that was the year he died. He and the little Barcades, and it was just so painful for us during that time. I don't think to this day many of us talk about it, but I can talk a little bit about it now because I was able to go down to Macon. The governor was there, the mayor was there, all his pallbearers were Solomon Burke, James Brown, all these big people, and we were there. Arthur Conley, I don't know if anybody remembers him. He did Sweet Soul Music. Otis brought him to the company. Do you like good music? That Sweet Soul Music. You remember Arthur Conley? And they all were there, and his wife and I actually were very good friends. He was little bitty. I remember when he was a little bitty guy, we did the Apollo together, oh, wow. Otis and I, and we would always walk with him to go get ice cream and stuff like that. So we really, Otis was very much a family individual. But a lot of people, they don't see that side because artists try to keep that side private, and that's very difficult right now. But he was quite a gentleman, and he had this small plane that I had been on before he bought he bought the larger plane so he could get the kids back to school on time. You know, because when he first heard them, anybody remember the Hippodrome? We used to go skating there, and then they turned it into like a club, and Otis was performing here. And the Barcades, they were just getting big. They had Soul Finger, and when he heard him, he said, "Oh my God, listen to them little boys, listen to them little boys." That's how he talked. And he said, cause he had a kind of like an orchestra that traveled with him, maybe 10 or 12 people. Wow. And so he started traveling with them, and then he would sit and write with them. He would come in town, and they would sit and write together, sit with the guitars, and it was just such a terrible, painful tragedy. And for a long time, everybody traveled separately. And the MGs would go, one would go in the morning, one would go in the afternoon. It was just that painful that we felt it. But, of course, eventually, I remember when William Bell wrote this beautiful song about Otis, and it kind of softened things down. I don't hear it much. Otis Redding was his name. That's the name of the song. And so eventually we kind of calmed down, and we were things would never. I'm gonna tell you right now, things were never the same after Otis died. He just perked the whole. He could have sold tickets to his recording sessions. He would take his coat off and his shirt off, and I never forget. We went to England, and that's when I realized he just country. That's all he did. And the people be screaming and falling out. That's all he be doing. And he said, "I gotta do something. I gotta do something. Look at Sam and Dave." He would be backstage. "I gotta do something," because Sam and Dave were very polished. Right. They had been singing for years, and he said, and everybody was back there singing background for Otis. Whatever we said, put us a background, put us a microphone in the back. So whatever we would just make up background and sing. And he was, I'm going. These people were screaming. We went to France, we went to
Okay.
England, and live in Europe, we did all these albums, and they all came out on Atlantic. Of course, this
That was-
caused some conflict in later years,
Right.
but I don't see why there should have been a conflict, because Atlantic made us famous. We remember Stack's name more than you remember Atlantic. Not in this town,
Truth.
right?
Ashley?
Well, when I was at TSU, I majored in English, and I minored in speech. No. Well, before I became an AKA, I just kind of, you know, I would tell them, because when I did D. Clark, was that spring. I was a freshman. So they didn't really know me as a hit record artist. So I told them, I would tell my roommate, because they gave us a tape. See, a lot of those shows are taped, and then they're shown at a later date. So I said, when I come on, can somebody tell me? And they would run upstairs, you on, you gonna be on today. So they would keep me abreast of I have friends now that do me like that. They say, did you know you're supposed to be somewhere like on the 27th?
Thank you to those friends. She's here.
Praise God. But I'm just saying, so they were actually quite nice to me. And then I became such good friends with Wilma Rudolph. I love Olympic sports, probably more than the other sports. But we became friends. Of course, she's mad. She was mad at me, probably rolling over right now that I didn't become a Delta. But I heard the AKA singing outside the window one day. And 2 or 3 of that I had graduated from my high school with, we were all up there together. That's one of the reasons I went on. I was accepted at Spelman, actually. But I had already accepted my room I had paid, and I didn't know what to do. I said, well, it was just the week I was leaving, I got a letter from Spelman, because that's who I'd applied for. I also applied to the University of Hawaii, because I wanted to get as far away. I wanted to just, I mean, I applied to some of the craziest places you ever been. I could have gone to the University of Fiji. It wouldn't have made a difference. But Spelman, because I had met Maxine Smith, and a lot of people, my organ player had gone to Spelman and at my church. And so I said, well, I didn't know anything about colleges, but I just applied. And it took them a while, but by that time, I saw all my friends in my high school class. They were all going to TSU, and they said, oh, come go with us. And it's weird. And I applied. They got my room. And then my first year I was up there, I was in the sophomore dorm. So I was going in and out like in later days like the upperclassmen. So I really had a wonderful time. But I majored in English, and then I kind of had two minors in a way. I became interested in Dr. Polk's players. That's what they were called. Dr. Polk was over the theater. So I got some very helpful tips while I was there as far as being in the theater guild. And there are a lot of people here that went to TSU with me that went on a big tour with Dr. Polk's players. But by that time, I would have been back the next year after I graduated, but I was at Howard by that time. And that's an interesting story. May I tell it?
Sure.
I went, the NAACP actually, they had conventions every July. And everybody knows Maxine Smith, and we all started with the voter registration and PTA. Actually, long before the NAACP became NAACP, this is what I try to tell people. If you can be an activist without some big name tacked to it. I used to sing little songs with a little doo-wop group for the Parent Teachers Association when I was like 12 years old. I had a little group, and all these people lived in my neighborhood. Jesse Turner, Maxine Smith. That was the 48th Ward Civic Club. We were just a civic club. And then we have people register to vote, and the NAACP was just a chapter that came out of that. So what I'm saying is, when you're doing work or helping, you don't really know what's going to come out of that. But anyway, so a lot of the music, even the staple singers, Stax became very involved based on people like Maxine Smith. I don't know if any of you all remember her, but that was the neighborhood. The biggest voting block in Memphis was the 48th Ward block, was around Hamilton School, and that's where I graduated from. So I'm just saying, the music, and then we weren't that far from Macklemore. You see what I'm saying? So there were a lot of people that I went to Hamilton with, that graduated with me, that when they encouraged me, because we were all so close and we'd been involved in so much, to go to TSU, and I went. But when I went to Howard was because I went on the bus with the NAACP people. I just was going up there. I had never been to D.C. I had worked everywhere, New York, all around Washington, and after that had some of the biggest records of my career in Washington. No Time to Lose, written by Deanie Parker, by the way. You all remember Deanie? She went to Hamilton too. So I'm just saying, she came a couple years later, and because for a long time I was the only girl there. And then Deanie came, and Gene Knight, Mr. Big Stuff. You all remember that? And so, I mean, that was really good. But my aunt lived in Baltimore, and that's where it was. It was really in Baltimore, it wasn't in Washington. So my aunt said, I know you up here. You're not going to any of these classes. I know you. You come up here with these people, and you want to go see the Lincoln Memorial and all this. So she got in the car, and she took me early that morning. We started out, we went to Smithsonian. Oh man, I was just in my world. And this can happen, I mean, to young people. I mean, if you're listening out there, it can happen just like whoop, just like my hit record happened. This can happen to you just like it happened to me. I'm walking around. We went to Smithsonian, Library of Congress. I mean, we didn't stay long. We just looked around. Then we went to Lincoln Memorial, Jefferson Memorial, the Washington Monument. I was crazy. I was tired. we didn't eat. I said, I can't eat because we got to get back before that evening session. I was supposed to be back. So she said, anywhere you want to go. I had worn her out, and she had worn me out too. So I said, well, no, we can go on back to Baltimore. She said, oh, one other place you might like to look at, and that's Howard University. And come to find out that one of the books that I had been studying out of by Sterling Brown, the black anthology, he was on the faculty. And I'm going, huh? Oh my God, this man is on the faculty. And he wrote out books that we're studying out of at TSU. So I was just looking at the list of teachers, and I said, excuse me, would you go to the admissions office with me? And I put my name, TSU, asked them to pull my records, and they sent me an acceptance into the master's program at Howard. It didn't take them a month.
Wow.
I'm just saying, I know God is real.
Yes.
And I went back, and plus I had my aunt over there in Baltimore. Anytime I wanted to have someone to talk to, it wasn't easy. And I never finished my master's, which I don't think I ever My mother never forgave me for that, but she's very high on education. But I was majoring in, and it's weird how I changed from, I got more interested in American literature for some reason. I don't know why I did, because I'm in love, like I'm in love with Beethoven, I'm in love with Shakespeare too. So I don't know how that happened. But it was so many papers I had to write. And see, as long as I was working and singing in the country, I was okay. But then I started getting these live in London, live in Paris, live in. So I never really finished. I actually probably all I had to do was go back and finish my thesis. I probably would have been okay. But this is really funny. When I first got up there, I'm already like flabbergasted at being there in the first place. I'm not thinking these people are going to accept me. I'm just off the street saying, send for my records. you know, and this is not like, ooh, I have a scholarship or anything like that. So I'm just up there with my auntie saying, I'm going over to the admissions office. And they wrote me back, and I'm going, whoa. So here I am. I'm in here. This lady came to me, and she says, I'm sorry, but I don't think when I hadn't asked anybody about the program, what was necessary, what I was supposed to have to get in. So she said, you're not really in yet. And so when I went to choose my classes, I had to go to this lady, and she said, I'm gonna tell you what you do. We have here that you've had 3 years of Spanish. That's a foreign language that's required for you to have a master's program to get in. So she said, but you have to pass an equivalency to get in. And I'm going, is this lady kidding me? She gonna give me another test? But because I didn't ask, I just did that. Now I didn't ask any questions. But I'm in here. I'm sitting right there. I said, oh, well, I had to go back next year. So she gave me this little dictionary, and I went through it, and I was trying to pick out words. And she said, tell me the story, and you in. She was so cool. I said, I'm in. I was saying it the whole time. I was picking out words, and I knew it was about I still can remember. It's interesting. It was about a car salesman, and he was something about his family, and he was hoping he could sell some cars and all this. And I was saying, and I was writing, oh, he wants to show his family that he can do that. She walked in, she said, you're in. And this lady changed my whole perception. That's why education is so important. I don't know, I just knew I had walked on the campus and I saw all these people wrapped in their Kwanzaa stuff and the East Indians and all these different cultures. And I said, oh my Lord, this is where I'm supposed to be. And I went straight to the admissions office. I was affected like that. So I stayed there, and am I going too long?
No, we got a few
I want to talk
minutes.
about Donnie Hathaway. Everybody know that name, right? Little old Donnie Hathaway. He used to say, yeah. He used to do that all the time. He was up there from St. Louis. He was on a scholarship. I just couldn't hang out with my master's people. There were people that went from Tennessee State that went to the law school that later became very good friends with DeArmey and Walter and all, and I met them at Howard and started kind of associated with them in a way. It was just, the world is so small when you start really getting involved. But anyway, so I was walking on the campus one day, and I was kind of nervous because, Lord, what have I done? I mean, I wasn't sure. Here I am up here, and I said, I just knew that a master's comes after a degree. That's all I knew. I knew you get a master's, you get a degree, you get a master's, you get a PhD. That's all I knew. I didn't know anything about how to go about it. I hadn't studied anything about it. But I was going to learn. But anyway, so all these term papers, I just, oh Lord, it's too much. But I had wonderful teachers. I had one guy. He taught me. He was in English. I hated. Why do I have to take English again? That didn't make sense. But he was funny. He says, now when I walked in, he had these gray eyes. He was a black guy, but he looked more maybe Italian or something. These gray. He says, do I look familiar to you? Howard was really an experience. He says, now tell me who you are. And he would go down the line, and where you're from. I'm from Memphis. I'm from Tennessee. I'm from, and all these people. So he says, now let's go down the line again and tell me where you really from. People were saying I'm from Somerville, I'm from Clarksville, because all of them were saying I'm from Knoxville, Nashville, Memphis. They were calling the big names. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. And then he says, now that we've gotten that straight, do I look familiar to you? And everybody was hollering, no, you don't look familiar at all. I was up there with some real hip people, I'm telling you. So he says, I am the son of Thomas Jefferson. Now, wait a minute. Everybody looking at each other like, are we supposed to applaud? He did that. He did that to us all. Every day he had something funny, but I loved him. And he kind of helped me to kind of establish myself. We just go to him and talk to him. But he says, I got a lot of brothers and sisters, so don't worry about it. You're probably going to see a lot of people look like me around here in Virginia. And he would do things like that. So, but anyway, but then I started getting these gigs. So I'm walking around on the campus, and I saw these guys standing there with these jackets. It was an honor society, a music honor society, and they were singing. And I was going, oh, my Lord. Well, Donnie Hathaway is the reason I stopped hanging out with a lot of master's people. I started hanging out with undergrads. And Roberta Flack, they were friends. Roberta Flack had left Howard and was at DC Teachers, getting a teacher's degree. Across the street, really, it was just across the street. So, of course, I just love people. I just, hey, ooh, let me in this, who is this singing? Because I'm used to that. I'm going to a black college, man. I'm used to stepping. Hey, I'm used to that kind of thing going on. So I went in and they were singing, and this little boy was singing. I said, oh, my God, it's beautiful. So at the end, he said, yeah, y'all come on over to the Fine Arts Building. Now, he was not supposed to do that. Donnie knew that he was not supposed to invite people into a classical type, because he wasn't going to do them but play the blues and play Ray Charles. That's why I say Ray Charles has been very important to my, okay. So when we kind of sneaked in, this was still during a break, for a lunch break, and everybody was over there in his room, and he was playing Baby What I Say, and he was supposed to be playing his Mozart or whatever it is. So this guy comes in and says, everybody out, everybody out, everybody out, everybody out. So they put a big thing over there so we couldn't get in anymore. We had to have a card that we were part of the fun. Yeah. I'm just saying, and after this, Donnie said, I know that name somewhere. I said, you don't know me. He said, I do. I was seeing him out on campus. CARLA Thomas. He could have been a great little comedian, or he could have been a preacher. It didn't matter. He would go around and say, help me, Lord, with his cap. So you put some money, help me, Lord, help me, Jesus. He was just so funny. And then this guy, Curtis Mayfield, see how we tied together? Gee Whiz was tied to Curtin. His manager sends him in the summer. Now I'm living in D.C. Sends him in the summer to work with Curtis Mayfield. He'd already written The Ghetto, but Curtis didn't put it out. He comes back, and guess who puts it out? I give you one guess. I give you all one guess. When he did The Ghetto, guess what company put it out? Atlantic, you right? Oh. And then he brought Roberta, and they did Where Is the Love. And guess what company put that out?
Atlantic.
There you go. I'll give it to Jerry Wexler. He spotted hit people, not only just hit records, but people.
Yeah.
And eventually, of course, This Christmas was written much later, but he he was writing charts for Sammy Davis when he was a sophomore. Don Hathaway was a genius. How he hooked to me, I don't know. He said, one time I told him, I said, you know, I got a gig up on the boardwalk, the Wonder Garden, and the other one that was so popular. And I said, I don't know what songs to do. I could do my songs, but I want to do something, you know, difficult. So Donnie began to write charts for me, and he had me learn stuff about Carlos Jobim. I was about crazy. I said, no, we getting crazy now. But and the Portuguese stuff, he was just, he would ask me, go places with me. I got a gig. He took me to George Washington U, and I looked on the marquee, and it said, appearing tonight, Sammy Davis. And I saw him passing out charts to the musicians, and I'm going, oh my God. So eventually I got a chance to travel with him. He was my producer. All this was happening when he's just a sophomore. So the Lord, I think, was sending me where I was supposed to go. I was kind of scary. And then he eventually came to, when I finally, after that season in my life, I went to LA to acting school. And then he had, I don't think he had up This Christmas yet, but he began to really write, and he wanted to do a lot of more things for me. He really would have signed with Stax, but that just didn't happen. So I was trying hard. In fact, Stevie almost signed, but you know, he decided, I guess, to stay with Motown. But I mean, Stax has had some wonderful people come to them, but sometimes when you cannot limit your space to yourself. And sometimes people can say, I am the producer. Well, all the other producers are going to leave.
Yeah.
You know, you keep doing that, and that's, you know, Booker left us. Let's just be honest about this. Because of that kind, you can't do that and not be able to produce. See, if they could produce, they could have just called on Booker.
Right.
But Booker said no. Booker is a very, anybody ever met Booker T. Jones? Booker T. Jones, I love him. Booker T. Jones made Baby a hit record. I don't know how David's going to feel about that, but David and Isaac were not signed writers, but Isaac was an artist, and so was David Porter. But you can't write for everybody. Now I'm telling you all this. You can't write for everybody. You might write one song, two songs, but sometimes you need help. So I remember one time, the very only time that I got very frustrated, because we were doing tracks, but a lot of people did not like track singing. They liked the live band there. So the band was playing. Sam and Dave had just left from doing a session, and I think this song was left over from their session.
Sorry, I just want to tell you something over here. Can you come over here so I can tell you something over here? Can you come here? Can you come here?
Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to do it under tight. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, that's cool. I was waiting for her to ask me some questions.
Well, actually, you had a question? Would you like to ask your question?
I get carried away when you talk about dining.
Does anybody, okay.
Girl, you
think
better
about
ask
it.
that question.
Does anybody else out there have any questions for Carla while she's here? Yes, Jill. That's right.
Oh, you all gonna make me cry. Thank you. What is your name? Jill. Thank you. These are so beautiful. Okay, 67. Oh, Sam. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Isn't that amazing? Right. Just one. Just the Tramp album. Oh, that he sang. Well, yeah, thank you. Otis Redding. Oh my God. Well, I'm telling you, and we're coming up on that day. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? You already know. I'm calling New Year's resolution. Do you know one that you like that you were going to say? Yeah, right. If I had had one, maybe I would have left him too. I know the feeling, baby. Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting you mentioned pain in my heart because when Otis first came to sing at Stax, Otis was singing sound like anybody remember Otis's early stuff? It was kind of like "Can't Turn You Loose," and he was singing stuff like um, uh, Little Richard. He sounded. He loved a good golly Miss Mine. He was singing stuff like "Sure Like the Ball." Those are the type songs. So when he heard O.V. Wright, anybody remember O.V. Wright? Hey, oh, he stayed here long enough to get that feeling of Memphis in him. And he started singing things like Dock of the Bay and Pain in My Heart, and because and he had Mr. Pitiful and things like that. They were deep, deep songs. And they were different from Can't Turn You Loose. But I'm going to tell you now, of the loss, yes, I understand what you're saying. But one of my favorite songs, and I heard it the other day. In fact, I saw it on TV in a movie with Patrick Swayze. Do you all know what I'm talking about?
Ghost, Dirty Dancing.
Love Man.
Oh, that's a great song.
Do y'all remember
Yes.
Love Man? Well, I'm a love man. Good God, I'm a love man. I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting there watching the movie this first time. I knew it was in the movie. And I said, oh my God, that's Otis. That they're dancing to I'm a Love Man. And all these people were, it's in Dirty Dancing, right?
Dirty Dancing.
And I was so pleased. And consequently, after that, I've been hearing a lot of songs with, and just recently, Gee Whiz, It's Christmas is in, what's the name of the movie? Candy Cane Lane. It was Eddie Murphy. So people, but I'm telling you, I don't keep up with what I need to. But I have wonderful people that always tell me, "Did you know you had a song in Candy Cane Lane?" Well, I get so excited. So
More importantly, I hope you're getting paid for it.
I hope so too. I'm getting paid every time they play it.
Good.
I wrote it, so yeah.
Nice.
Had to keep up with publishing.
Heck
So thank you for that question, and thank you for remembering Otis, and both of you, thank you. Because Otis, Otis recently lost a son, the third, and I saw him the last time he came here. Stax has this music festival every year, and he was there, but I didn't know. No one mentioned that he may have been ill, but I remember him when he was born. So I was sad about that. That's another loss. But his wife is a sweetheart, and his daughter recently came to give Deanie an award. I think she got the Memphis Music Hall of Fame. And so we've all tried to stay close. They have a Otis Redding Foundation down in Macon. So, yeah, his music will last forever and ever. The Blues Brothers came and took it to another level. Oh, great. Oh, great. And that's another, oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, Whitney Hall. Whitney Hall played for the Blues Brothers for years. He's one of the greatest. He was part of the second group of Barcades after we lost. And they got some great musicians, still very young and still geniuses. Memphis has, to me, some of the greatest musicians in the whole wide world. And not only are they just great at what they do, they are great at interpreting what you want to do.
Yep.
This is what's so amazing to me. I can say, I wish I could say, next thing I know, the guitar's I mean, I don't know who's going to pick it up. I'm just singing, and they playing it already. So I've learned to not be afraid when I know I got Memphis musicians behind me. So let's give them a break.
Oh, yeah. All right. Any other questions
Oh, come on, y'all.
out there? Come on. I know y'all got to have some questions for her. Don't be shy.
There's some I can answer.
Well, I have one. What are you listening to nowadays?
Who is that?
What are you listening to nowadays?
Oh, I was listening to a song today that I had never heard, and it's kind of half reggae, it's a mixture of African, Latin, and we got all kinds of sounds now.
Everything.
I love the mixture right now. I like music that peps me up.
I hear you. Me too.
And there's a song. There's a song out that I don't know the artist. I wish I had. I'm learning now. I'm gonna get my phone, probably just so I can use Shazam. No, I have one. I just gotta learn how to use it. I have to put the Shazam app on it. All I do is say, "What is that, y'all?"
Google does it anyway. If you have
Google
I
too?
thought they have an identify the song
Oh,
app
well, very
built
good. Hey, that's super. But I heard a song called "When Your Skies Are Gray, I Will Give You Blue," and every time I hear it, I just have to, wherever I am, I have to stop. But I don't know who sings it, and it sounds like something that maybe I would have written when I was younger. So I still love my ballads, and I still love a good old country song. I'm sorry, y'all.
All right.
And I believe if Otis Redding were living, he would be doing something like maybe Pain in My Heart or some of those feelings he got when he moved, when he came and started listening to the Memphis artists. I really do believe that.
I love it. All right, no more questions?
Wait, what happened to your question? Why? That's so sweet. That's so sweet.
All right. Well, if we have no more questions, we're
No,
just gonna...
no, I got a question.
Oh, you have a question? Okay.
Why do they call me the queen of Memphis soul? That's so sweet. I couldn't resist that. I want to hear all those good things.
Yep. So we're all waiting for new stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
From your heart to mine. Well,
never get too
you
old
all
to
keep
create,
praying,
right?
cause so I can get rid of this writer's block, and I think I'll be okay.
We're praying hard for you. Thank you, everyone that came. We have, you guys give a huge round of applause to the legend, CARLA Thomas.
Thank you so much.
And I don't think it's too much to ask for every single person in this room to join us in singing happy birthday to Miss CARLA Thomas, because her birthday was just last Wednesday. She just turned 21 plus.
And it was on the 21st, so thank you.
That's right. So solstice. So on the count of what? 27. On the count of 3, we would like to sing you happy birthday.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear CARLA. Happy birthday to you. Sing it, Stephanie. My God. Oh, that is so beautiful. Woo! Wow.
Make a wish.
A dream is a wish your heart makes when you see a star. You remember that song? A dream is a wish your heart makes. Has anybody seen The Wish? It's out now. It's a Disney, supposed to be for children, but it touches my heart. And at the end, they have this old man, and I thought about my father and how much love he had given me and how much he had placed in me as far as performance. And he says, a dream is a wish. And when you wish upon a star, and then I think about Maurice White. So that's all I think about Memphis, when you wish upon a star. What's the next line? Makes no difference who you are. We all here, anything your heart desires will come true. So with all of you coming here to celebrate this with me, I know I got a good thing going, and it's going to keep on growing and going. Thank you so much.
May this be your best year yet.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Go ahead.
You want me to blow?
Yeah, go for it. You got it. Happy birthday.
I got a little breath left.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you want me to hold these, or you want to?
You can hold it. You can hold it. Hey, super, so what that?
All right. Yes. All the women that have come, let's come on up.
I was trying to get old Yoshinan up there to come up there and play me some drums. I think they're gonna be. It's a band gonna be playing, unless you want to play with them. I'm so glad y'all came. No.
Can we have all of our ladies come up so we can take a photo and get this party started? Thank y'all so much for coming out.
Watch it. I don't want you to. Hey. Thank you.
Watch that drink.
Okay.
Just grab that really quickly. So if we can get the ladies, I guess we can combine the stage, kind of. All right. Okay, cool. All right, ladies, ladies to the front. Yeah, you guys. What's that you wear? Can we switch? Thank you. I clicked my heels 3 times. Yeah, they're actually also really cool. These are Betsy Johnson. All right, ladies, find your way to the front, turn around, and hi! Turn around, you guys group in, group in. All right.
everyone, I wanted to announce that the confections are courtesy of Miss Stephanie. She is also, in addition to being very talented and very generous, she is also an amazing baker. All right. Let's cut the cake.
Hey guys, did somebody lose a pair of glasses? Anybody lose a pair of glasses? You can't see because you lost them. But they might be up here in my hand. Just come up here blind and tell me what color they are. All right, well, if you lost glasses, they're going to be up here.
I'm excited. Yeah. Oh, it sounds good.
Carla. Happy birthday, Carla. Queen
Thank
Carla.
you.
Queen, I got to say
Come
this.
join the fun tonight.
Queen
I
Carla
know that
Thomas.
song.
The queen.
Is that the Waltz of the Flowers? Yeah, got it. I know some classical music. I know. Come join the fun tonight. Gonna let us waltz in the moonlight. You know, West Tennessee Choir.
All right, hi again, everybody. So just so everybody knows, this is our usual night here. The last Wednesday of the month is Women in Memphis Music Night. So obviously tonight was a huge honor to have the legend CARLA Thomas here, but also but we also host all of the women in Memphis music in a showcase once a month. So tonight, we switched it up a bit. We got the guys playing, but that's okay. 'Cause we don't want to leave you guys out. So we have a bunch of holiday tunes, and like, listen, I know that Christmas already passed, but look what I'm wearing. I can only wear this dress once a year.
So beautiful.
Twice a year, 3 times. And then, also, I'm Jewish, so whatever. But anyway, let me get into it. So we have this lovely band here. They've got a bunch of songs, and we would love if some of the other women in Memphis music that have taken the stage here as well, you're welcome to come up and sing with the band, sing along, jump up if you feel the spirit. And we're gonna have some special guests here tonight. So I'm gonna start this off. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Ms. Stephanie. So, all right, guys.
So I do.
Thank God you're here.
We're gonna do it together, though.
Yeah, we should. Let's do it together.
I want all of you to sing
We
this.
want all of you to sing this, you guys. Key of C? Key of C?
No, I don't sing it in that key no more. I don't know, whatever key they want to play it in, I'm gonna sing harmony. Alto. Contralto, yeah. I'm gonna stretch to a contralto. Okay.
We'll let you start. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Start it out like you practiced it. Start it.
All right. No pressure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello there. Merry Christmas. How you been? It's so good to talk to you again.
Oh,
It's been a long, long time. Can't explain why you crossed my mind. I guess it's just missed you. A Merry Christmas. My best friend's having a party and everybody's going. I know it's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh, by the way, it's snowing.
oh,
It's been a long, long time. Explain why you crossed my mind. I guess it's just to say, gee whiz, it's Christmas. It's funny that I haven't thought to call you before. And why is it I haven't seen you around anymore? Another year has passed and I can't erase
sing it.
the memory of your smiling face. So I have to call you up and say, gee whiz, it's Christmas. So don't forget the party that we're throwing. No fires of the fireplace will be glowing. It's been a long, long time. I can't figure out why you crossed my mind. I guess it's just to say, gee whiz, it's Christmas. Oh yeah, we're wishing you a Christmas, a very, very Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Miss Carla Thomas.
That was so cool.
We hope we did it justice for you.
Ekte, Yoshanan, I'm so glad you all are here with the band too. Come on, y'all, let's have fun. Yeah, wow.
It was nowhere else in the world to be tonight but with you tonight, Carla.
Thank you.
Yes. Wouldn't be here without you.
name of your band? Are you all a band? What's the name of your band?
Oh my God, this won't come out.
Oh, because I've never, I'm sorry, they was college. Okay. I can say that.
Do you know this? Do you know this one?
Huh, what is it?
Run, run, Rudolph. Run, run, Rudolph.
I'll catch up. I'll tell you whatever, just like y'all doing.
One, two, one, two, three.
Hey!
Riding on the reindeer, you know you're the mastermind. Run, run, Rudolph, Santa's not too far behind. Run, run, Rudolph, Santa's gonna make it to town. Randolph, he can hurry, he can take the freeway down. And away went Rudolph, whizzing like a merry-go-round. Santa to the bar town, what would you been looking for? Oh, all I want for Christmas is a rock and roll electric guitar. And away went Rudolph, whizzing like a superstar. Run, run, Rudolph, Santa's got to make it to town. But can't you make him hurry? Tell him he can take the freeway down. And away went Rudolph, whizzing like a merry-go-round. The girl child, what would you like most to get? Oh, I want a baby doll that can cry clean tree, oh yeah. And away went Rudolph, whizzing like a Satan train. Run, run, Rudolph, running like the son of a gun. Run, run, Rudolph, running like the son of a
Woo! Anybody out there named Rudolph, you better run.
You better run. Why can't it be Christmas all year long?
Which one now? Oh, gotta be red.
Woo!
All right, perfect. All right, I'm gonna open up the floor.
Santa baby. Feeling good.
Okay, also girls, don't be shy. There's lyrics up here for the different songs. Amber Ray Dunn, why don't you come up here and do Santa Baby?
Oh, yeah, come on, Jill. Rock around the clock. You sing that, Jill. What you singing? What you singing?
we live in America. We know this song. I mean, can't act like you don't.
Santa baby.
What is the kid's song?
I might be a tiny bit shorter. Jill, you might be a tiny bit shorter than I am.
Y'all say when.
Thank you so much, Carla, for allowing me to sing along.
Oh, please, please.
I can't tell you how honored I am, and I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed listening to you speak. I could have heard you for about 10 more hours. I don't know if I was alone in the crowd on that one, but not alone, I know.
Y'all ready? No. What are we doing?
You doing Santa Baby? What you want?
Santa baby?
I didn't think about a rock band that song, so I don't know.
What are we
I
doing?
don't know the words to that.
Which song are we doing?
Hold on.
Which song are we doing? Oh, Jingle Bell Rock. Okay. Oh, shit.
I can vamp.
Whatever. Y'all just make it fun.
It is not these guys, it's me, guys.
Hey, roll up in the, right by the monitor. Right by the back of the monitor. It's got a white power on it.
So for those of y'all that missed it earlier, Miss beautiful Carla Thomas over here. Yeah, every time I say that, you should just clap because she is completely worth every clap that you could ever give. I could literally listen to you for hours. It is such an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
And I don't know if I ever actually officially met you, but as you were stating earlier, your father is such a character.
Yes, he was.
And I find it so interesting about the background in theater. And I do feel like that is a little bit of something possibly missing with some artists in today's era, is maybe they forget how much the two of those things are linked together.
Very much so.
I personally am one of those artists. So I would love to maybe go home and think about that a little bit more. That's a really interesting insight.
Which song you want to do? You pick them.
Okay, I found Santa Baby. We're good. Santa Baby's fine. It's in G. I'll do whatever.
All right.
I've
One,
been thrown on stage.
2, 1, 2, 3.
All right, Jill, if you want to do it. This is your moment to be sultry.
Yeah.
Santa baby, slip a sable under the tree for me. I've been an awfully good girl, Santa baby. Hurry down the chimney tonight. Oh, Santa baby, a 45 convertible to light blue. Santa baby, hurry down the chimney for your girl in Memphis tonight. Think of all the fun we've had that I missed. Think of all the fellas that I haven't even kissed. Next year I could be as good as gold. Check a Christmas tree and let's both know Santa baby, honey, one more little thing. Alright, Santa baby, hurry down the Christmas tree. gotta admit, I'm looking at lyrics, don't know the song, and we made it work anyways because that is what Carla was talking about earlier with Memphis musicians and how there's this, she said the word community, and I wrote it down because that is something I have been looking for, searching for, trying to build, and also finding in the Memphis area. And I love that there is a community there, and I hope we are continuing to build that. And thank you, Carla, for being a part of that and for highlighting that and for always being available to continue to create that.
Thank you.
Every time I've seen you, you are continuing to create that community. So thank you so much, Women in Memphis Music. I love you guys.
Rocking around the Christmas tree.
Thank you.
Rocking around. What are we doing? Oh, step. What are we doing, baby? Rock around the Christmas tree?
She looks so good.
Or tell me which.
Yeah, cousin.
Down there, be talking too much.
I like being up here.
Huh?
And you know what? It's weird because I had planned the whole African thing. It just, I don't know what was wrong. But before this week is out, I'll let y'all do it. Look, and then y'all gotta know.
Just do that again. We'll just leave that there.
Let
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas and all that good stuff.
What do we want to do, Steph?
It's a beautiful voice.
You guys, don't be shy. I know there's other people that want to get up here and sing.
What else you got left?
What do you want to do?
What is this song?
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed you. Thank you.
Oh. Oh yeah, the
That was nice.
Ronettes song.
That was nice.
Y'all ready?
I don't know how it's going to come out.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I wish I was getting the royalties from that song.
I remember that song. That's a great song.
Oh,
When you coming up here?
So, no, he has banned that song from the set. Thanks, Carwin.
Which one?
Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas.
That's okay. Sing that song.
Who said Silent Night? Good.
Y'all don't know Silent Night. Y'all be ashamed of yourself.
What are we doing?
Just give me a minute. I'll find you when you show. Then
Hey,
I'll
Stephanie.
find myself. I'll come in.
Okay, well, I'm
Yeah, I love that.
Me too. Okay, I'll see you.
I'm not doing leads. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. I ain't doing leads. I'm hard.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. Your mama said, James.
I didn't say that.
I'm just doing the harmonies.
Don't do it. The drums are kind of out. I'm just going to do some conventional stuff.
This is a silent night. What is a silent night?
Yes, it is. You can if you want.
We're gonna slow it down. Raneem and Amber, you're totally also welcome to come up and sing with us if you'd like. I think so.
If she comes in, then I'm gonna go higher. I'm from the church choir. I'm gonna listen for where I'm leading.
Sounds good.
Okay. I don't know if that means anything to y'all. Carla,
Yeah,
we're doing silent night. You want alto and I'll do high.
I'll alto.
I'll go up. Best I can since I'm we're trying to catch wind.
I'll try. Let me put it that way. Okay, let's see.
But I might
Play on
catch
this?
you when we turn on.
Look, I'm gonna catch up with you, Jill. I think Doctor can write me a song. I'm gonna catch up with you.
Oh my God, I'm singing with Carla Thomas.
Jill is a mess.
You a mess. Tramp.
How did y'all play it?
Should I just call Carla Thomas a tramp?
What you call me?
I called you a tramp
What you call me?
with your overalls.
A big old broke-eyed shoe.
Girl, I got 6 Lincolns,
5 for Mercedes.
4 Fords, and a Mustang.
Silent
also the legendary Clit sisters in the house tonight.
Yeah.
And we would like totally love for you to come up and do a song if you wish.
Are they coming up?
Andrew, you want to do a song? Oh, yeah.
Hey. That was great. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. See, this is like being in the choir. I miss singing in the choir. I really miss that. Oh, I don't feel like yes, Lord. Let's do something. These little pieces of cake. So good. Cheers. Praise God. What is it? Oh, I love that. I'm just gonna sing harmonize. I'm gonna harmonize.
I know, the one she's picking is not easy.
Wonderful Christmas. I don't know all the lyrics. You know, when I hear it, it comes back to me. You know what I mean? I've been hearing it on the radio. A wonderful Christmas time. You hear it all the time. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Thank you. Good to see you. No, I'm just kind of having fun. I'm not doing any heavy singing.
Well,
So whatever they come up with, I just kind of punch in and stop. You know, I could take.
okay, I need Christmas tree.
On my own, yeah, I love it. The people been singing it for 40 years without me, you know. So this is just one for last year. Did you know they had a competition? No, 2 years ago. Some kid, 8th grader.
Switching the song to Underneath the Tree if you know that one.
I don't know that one. I'm simply happy. Oh, ask her, does she know that? Ask her, does she know Stevie's?
I'll be back.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, I'm cool.
Ask me after this one song. Okay.
Happy birthday to you.
He learned it.
Did I get it right?
Let's hear it for David Collins, James Cunningham,
Yeah.
Andrew Gracie, Kari Wynn, and Lee Holiday.
Yeah.
Ranimi Mom, Amber Ray Dunn, and Jill Sweeney also on vocals. Y'all, this is your chance. Get on up. Get on up. Get on up.
Get up.
Get on up. Where's my James Brown?
Somebody there? Did Elvis do another Christmas song other than Blue Christmas? That's the most well-known one, isn't it? Seems like he sang for a little bit. That Silent Night was beautiful.
How about, do you know B-A-B-Y?
Oh God. Not tonight though.
Not tonight.
I don't know why I'm so husky today.
Okay. All right, I just...
It has to be Dave. I wonder if Stephanie knows it.
I don't know. She's not here. We're over, we're like left up here, twisting the wind as it blows.
I love the changes in that last song. Yeah, that is, yeah. I don't hear it enough at Christmas.
What version?
Who does that? Do you know? What is it's called Underneath the Christmas Tree?
Let's do it.
No wonder it's so great. But I'm gonna tell you the song I love by Kelly. My Grown Up Christmas Wish. Have you ever heard it? It'll wipe you out. It'll wipe you out. That girl's so whoa. You know, you probably have heard it. It goes like, this is my grown up Christmas wish. That girl knows she can sing.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
All right now.
All right, I'm gonna do one. Feliz Navidad.
Yeah.
Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of our hearts. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of our hearts. Mr. David Collins on the guitar. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, prospero año y felicidad. We wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. We wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. We wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of our hearts. We wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. We wanna wish you, women in Memphis music, Merry Christmas. We wanna wish you Merry Christmas from the bottom of our hearts.
That was great.
Thank you.
That was great.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. That was great. That was so great. Oh, Tannenbaum, old Christmas tree. Oh, Rita, no, she doesn't.
Hey, XK, you wanna blow some flute on this one, man?
Oh, we love you, Carla. I have to keep saying that.
Thank you, Pete.
I just have to keep saying it.
All right. Christmas tree. Yeah.
Well, let me say, I must confess, I really feel like a fraud after playing that song. Because I have never had a Christmas tree in my house.
Really?
Really. So I feel like a fraud. They just playing this song about it. Anyway, that's life, you know. She said happy second day of Kwanzaa today. Yes,
you know, Aretha's called it Tannenbaum.
Tannenbaum.
I don't know what language is that. Does anybody? Tannenbaum, is that German?
It's German or something, probably German.
Oh,
German.
Tannenbaum,
German.
oh, Tannenbaum, how lovely are your branches. But she never said Christmas tree.
So Carla, let me know when you want me to play some kalimba now.
Oh, I don't know. What can y'all play with kalimba? They could do it like a Latino kind of thing.
We'll figure it out.
I don't know.
We'll figure it out. Tell me when.
Yeah, break it down now. Let's see what we got, bro. What about on green sleeves?
Well, I was just gonna do something improvisation, and y'all just.
Okay. What kind of
Let's make some stuff up.
We'll follow you.
I love the kalimba. It's such a beautiful instrument.
Follow Ekpe.
If you follow me, you never know where you'll end up, though.
Jill loves the kalimba.
You like the kalimba? Okay. Well, this instrument, some of you may or may not know the history of this instrument. It's an African instrument, and it was made famous by what man and what group back in the 70s and 80s? What group?
Maurice
group?
White, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
He already
know. Okay, and what city was Maurice White from?
Memphis, Tennessee.
And what high school did Maurice White go to?
Is that Manassas or Booker T? I can't remember which one.
The second one, the latter.
Booker T. That's what I thought.
Booker T. Washington.
Yeah. So anyway, I learned. See somebody. That's what I heard somebody say. So kalimba, this is kalimba, and it's a beautiful instrument. I learned this by listening to Maurice White. As a matter of fact, a quick little story. When Isaac Hayes passed away, I was playing kalimba at the wake, and Maurice White walked in the room, and he said he liked my kalimba playing. And I told him I got it from him. And so I got the blessings of Maurice White kalimba. So I'm thankful, very, very thankful and grateful for that. So I've been playing kalimba. So here we go with kalimba. And so, as she said, this is the second day of Kwanzaa. So normally we say Habarigani, which means what's the news?
Habarigani.
And today is Kujishagulia, which means self-determination. So that being said, we want to dedicate this song to one in the room who's very self-determined. She is very self-determined. Kujishagulia.
Kujishagulia.
The great CARLA Thomas. She's self-determined. If y'all know CARLA, you know. So this will be her day. She stood the test of time. She came from great parents. Her mother, many people do not know this, her mother was a part of the Memphis Civil Rights Movement. Many people do not know that. She was on the front lines, not just on the sidelines. I mean, she marched. Her mother, Lorraine, right? Lorraine. Her mother, Lorraine Thomas, marched during the civil rights. She's one of the not just, like I said, not just on the sidelines, but on the front lines. So when you see CARLA, you're seeing her ancestors too. You're seeing a great legacy. And as we talk about her legacy, it reminds me when we pour libation, right? Remembering the ancestors. And we talk about how the ancestors are still here. And I used to hear Mr. Rufus say, just because I'm gone.
Just because I'm leaving, that don't mean I'm gone.
Just because here we go. That's it. Just because I'm leaving, that don't mean I'm gone. Y'all feel that? That's some other kind of stuff right there. That's some other kind of. So we're gonna play a little kalimba.
Thank you.
yeah, ah yeah, uhuru, uhuru, ah yeah, freedom, uhuru, uhuru, ah yeah,
Give it up, y'all. Give it up. Come on out there. a minute. Let's put that down and let's. Yeah. I heard that. I'm trying to think of that.
Coochie Shakulia, in honor of the one and only, the Memphis Queen. No, I'm gonna say the world. We going global. This is Coochie Shakulia in honor of the one and only, our Queen of Soul, the one and only, Miss CARLA Thomas.
Thank you.
That was especially for you, CARLA.
I know it.
Especially for you,
Thank you. I know
CARLA.
it's for you.
Especially for you, Coochie
Oh,
Shakulia.
we need to have him over here often, huh?
Beautiful. The beautiful CARLA
Yes.
Thomas.
Thank you. That's Ekpe, y'all, and Yoshana. Which one?
Thank you all very much. Thank you all. And brother Kyrie on the bass. Give it up for Kyrie.
But they gone.
And I never met the drummer and the guitar player, but give it up for the drummer.
Yeah.
I don't know what's his name? James Cunningham. David Collins. Give it up for them too as well. See, let me tell you, what we just did was true Memphis music. We come together and play the music. This is the real Memphis music. We never played together before in our lives. Well, Kyrie and I played together off and on.
So you want me to keep
every
the
now and
mic?
then, Kyrie. And I played with CARLA off and on over the last 30 or 40 years. We played together. But this particular ensemble, we never played together before in our lives. That just shows you the strength and the power of Memphis music. No place like it in the world that you're going to hear something like this right now in this world. Only in Memphis. Memphis, on a, what day is this? On a Wednesday night at the B-side, right?
Coochie Shakulia.
Coochie Shakulia. Self-determination.
Self-determination, baby.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, musicians. Thank you, everybody. And look, whoever stayed and stuck around. And let's go into the studio. All of us who are right here right now.
Let's do it.
Memphis needs that. Want some what? Oh, okay.
I'm done.
clarify about the Christmas tree. Generally in Africa, we don't do Christmas trees, so you know,